Good morning. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the criminal motions calendar for September 8th of 2022. I just checked the courtroom. They are signing on, but there was no one in there when I checked. So if anyone's expecting a client or a witness to come into the courtroom, they're not there yet. I'll call the calendar, and if you're an attorney on the case, please respond and let me know what's going on, if we're going forward with the motion or if it's been resolved. Musa Ding, and the attorney is Tracy Tigner.
That was withdrawn, Judge.
Okay. All right, that motion is withdrawn. Jamel Fletcher, Lister Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor. I was not able to get in touch with the client. I don't see him on the Zoom as well.
Okay, so your motion is withdrawn, or?
Yeah, I'd like to withdraw the motion.
Jose Gil Rosales. Motion to withdraw the guilty plea.
Your Honor, that was withdrawn on the 29th.
August 29th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fred King, motion to revoke suspended sentence.
I'm here.
So Mr. King is present. This is the state's motion.
Yes, Your Honor. Let's just make sure that my victim is in, and the sound is. Is Miss Amber Hollins here?
I paid my child support.
Hold on, Mr. King.
Miss Hayward, you remember me?
I remember you, Mr. King, but hold on. Don't say too much more. Just let's figure this out, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I see Miss Hollis on the Zoom call, Your Honor.
All right. Did you want to? All right. So did you want to speak to your witness before we go forward with that?
Yes, Your Honor, I would.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. King, and for the witness, just hold on. The attorney's gonna confer and then come back to the court with an announcement. Kenwardo Moore. Kenwardo Moore, that's Mr. Malcolm Wells's case. This was a motion to restrict the record.
Your Honor, the state will ask the court, based upon Mr. Moore not being present, or in fact, if his attorney filed, the state will be requesting the court to deny his defense motion.
All right, does anyone know of a conflict or anything? Because generally this is a pretty simple motion to either grant or deny.
I haven't heard anything, Judge. No one called, no email.
All right, so the court is going to issue a dismissal for want of prosecution. Adrian Della Flore Nash, David Jones's motion. Motion to modify.
David Jones called. I think that's going to be withdrawn, Judge. He's supposed to file something last night. Let me check with the clerks and see if we received anything.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
My name is Theron Nash. I have my dad, Roosevelt Nash, in. Good morning.
Okay.
With that
Good morning,
case.
Mr. Nash.
Yeah, just in case. Well, we're here, or he's here in case he needs to chime in.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, so we're gonna the attorney should have filed something to let us know whether he's ready to go forward on this motion or not. So we're gonna check that and we'll get back to you, okay? All right, so those are all of the cases for 10 a.m. I'm waiting for an announcement on the King case and for Nash.
Your Honor, may we have a breakout room? Mr. Tipton, myself, Ms. Hollis, and also Ms. Dillard, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, so I have Ms. Hollis, Ms. Ponder, Mr. Tipton, and Ms. Dillard are going into breakout room number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and I don't have anything filed on the Nash case.
Okay.
No,
can-
I don't see nothing filed on the Nash case. But he called and said that that case was going to be withdrawn. I told him he had to file something to the record. And he was supposed to do that yesterday.
Judge, I haven't received a withdrawal on this case either.
Okay. All right, so on the Nash case, Mr. Jones has not appeared. He's indicated to court staff that he wishes to withdraw the motion. So the court will allow the withdrawal. And if Mr. Nash appears during the remainder of the calendar, at this time, forward. So you and
Excuse me, Judge, you broke up a little bit.
I'm saying at this time, the motion is not going to go forward. So you and your father are free to leave at this time.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thank
And
you,
Ms.
Judge.
Bermudez? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All
Miss-
right.
Ms. Bermudez?
Yes, ma'am.
This we do have an 11 o'clock calendar. If you find someone on there, you may need to return. But as I'm looking at it, I don't see anyone on the 11 o'clock either that may need your assistance.
Yes,
Excuse
ma'am.
me, Miss.
Yes.
Please add me back to the breakout room.
Okay. Yeah, the internet here has been glitching, so it's been an issue.
Okay,
Hold on a
thank you.
second, Alice. No problem.
Yes, ma'am. In that case, may I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I have Ms. Hollis, Ms. Ponder, Mr. Tipton, and Ms. Dillard all in breakout room number 1. We're waiting for an announcement on the King matter, and we'll be in recess until such time as we get that.
Judge Hayward,
Yes, Ms. Melissa?
my apologies. Looking at the calendar, and for Conwardo Moore, he's actually on the 11 o'clock. All possible he may show up at that time, but he has 2 of the same motions, but different cases, and I inadvertently added to 2 calendars and the one. So he's also on the 11 o'clock, so it's possible he may show up at that time.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state does have an announcement on Mr. King's case after speaking with the victim, Ms. Hollis, in this case.
What's your announcement, Ms. Ponder?
Your Honor, the state is ready to go forward with this motion to revoke suspension sentence. However, before this state proceeds with our motion, Your Honor, the state will request for the defendant to appear in person. Your Honor, this is a motion to revoke suspension sentence that if the court was to grant the motion, there's a possibility that the defendant could serve some time in custody. It's also the state's concerns and the Ms. Hollis' concerns and her children is that if the court was to revoke Mr. King's sentence, that there is a safety concern that he is out there, knowing where Ms. Hollis lived and also where the children live. There's a possibility he may be in fear of going into custody. And so I just wanted to address that with the court and place it on the record of that concern and the state's request to have him appear in person for this hearing.
Mr. King?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. King, were you represented by anybody during this process, or you represented yourself?
Be honest with you, Your Honor, the last time I was in jail, I just got out of jail again. So I'm trying to get everything back together. I just got my ID back. Now I can show you paperwork. I just went to go get my Social Security card. I got the paperwork stand. It's gonna be in the mail.
Mr. King, that's not what I asked you. Did you have an attorney representing you?
No, ma'am. I don't.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. King, I'm going to need you to show up at the courthouse in courtroom 304 at 11 a.m.
At 11?
Yeah. How far out are you?
I am far. And I just got out of work.
Okay. So I'll give you until 1 p.m.
And another thing, Your Honor, I just paid my child support.
Well, you can come in and show me that. So we'll move your case until 1 p.m. today and you'll appear in courtroom 304.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. Don't
All
make
right.
me have to send somebody to find you, sir.
And I got to go to work today too. That's a lot.
I know, but bring your paperwork. Let's see if we can get you out of here as quickly as we can.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Your Honor, may Ms. Hollis be excused until 1 p.m., Your Honor?
Yes, Ms. Hollis, you'll be back in court by Zoom or in person. Well, I prefer by Zoom, but at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Your Honor.
Judge.
Courtroom for you, Mr. Moore, for the 10 o'clock calendar.
Yes.
Who's present?
Okay. Mr. Moore has 2 cases. Mr. Moore, come on up to the podium for me.
He at the podium. Oh,
I didn't see him.
yeah. I guess he thinking you talking about.
No, oh, there he is. Mr.
Okay.
Moore.
Yes.
So, did you have an attorney who filed this motion on your behalf, or did you file it?
No, I filed it myself.
Okay. All right. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand out. So, Mr. Moore, it's my understanding that you are coming to ask the court to seal the record of your proceedings here that for the case that ended in May 17th of 2005, and that was case 2005 CR 01665.
Yes.
All right. And it's my understanding that you're filing the motion because it's either causing you a hardship or preventing you from getting employment. What's going on?
No, I would like to bear arms.
Okay. All right. So do you work in a position that requires you to carry a firearm, or do you want it for personal safety?
Personal safety.
All right. Mr. Tipton, is this your case or is this Ms. Ponders?
So it appears that he has a case on the 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it was double scheduled.
Yes, Your Honor. And so Mr. Tipton has the 10 a.m. calendar and I have the 11 a.m. calendar. I'm not sure how the court would like for us to proceed, but I know that Mr. Tipton has the 10 o'clock motions from the 2005 simple battery case. And I'm not
Okay.
sure if the court want us to argue that together. Both
Okay,
cases
so-
or separately.
There's a 2005 case and then there's a 2010 case.
Yes,
He
Your
wants to restrict the record on both. So whoever has the 2005 case, I'll hear that now, and then I'll
Okay.
hear the 2010 case.
Okay, great, Your Honor. That will be Mr. Tipton for the 2005 case.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, and the state would object to sealing this record. He made the motion under 35(3), 37(4), subsection A, but under subsection B2, the under subsection B2, there's a specific carve out for simple battery family violence. And even though he pled nolo under Doe v. State, that's 362 GA App 230, a nolo plea is considered a conviction. Is the same as a guilty plea with regards to section 35(3), 37, subsection 4A.
Okay. All right, so the state is opposed to Mr. Moore having his record restricted?
Yes, Your Honor, and we just think that it would be for public safety reasons. We need to keep this record open. We should not restrict it.
All right, Ms. Ponder?
Yes, Your Honor. In his 2010 case, Mr. Moore was charged with criminal trespass. Also, Your Honor, as the court is aware, he has a simple battery family violence charge dating back to 2005. As the court has heard from Mr. Moore, he had filed a motion to restrict to seal his record so that he can possess a firearm. There was no indication that he would like to have his record restricted even for job purposes, but more so to carry a firearm. It's the state's position that based on that information and due to his history, although it is 2010 and 2005, just for the safety of the community, the state does not believe that will ask the court to deny his record restriction, his motion to have his record restriction for him to obtain a firearm in this case, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Moore, you have heard the state's argument for why the court should deny you the record restriction. Do you have any information or any argument that you wish to present now on behalf of the record restriction?
Yes, that happened a long time ago. I'm a whole different person. I'm not the same. No, I'm divorced from my ex-wife, so I'm 52-year-old man. My body. I serve the community. I came to the homeless. I'm a youth mentor. And I just changed my life, so I just need the right to bear arms just for my personal protection. And I haven't did anything since then. That's been years ago.
Okay. Are you currently employed, sir?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I work for the city of College Park, Georgia, in the water division. I've been there for 19 years.
All right, sir, I'm going to look at this and I will make my decision and send it to you in writing. And then let me, you'll receive the written motion, the written order from the court once we make a decision, sir. I'm going to consider both sides carefully. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so you're excused from the 11 o'clock calendar. You're free to go at this time.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. King is going to appear at the 1 p.m. calendar. The Moore case has been heard. The Nash case, has anybody heard anything from Mr. Jones? All right, so based on what I've heard from the court staff, Mr. Joe Nash's case is withdrawn. Ding is withdrawn. Fletcher is withdrawn, and Heel is withdrawn, or Heel Rosales will be back for the 11 a.m. calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. This is the September 8th, 2022, 11 a.m. calendar for criminal motions. I'm going to call the calendar and the attorneys should respond and give me an update on what is going to happen with each of the motions, unless the person is unrepresented. All right. The first motion is for Matthew Chapman Bryant. I have several attorneys listed. This is a motion, a general demur and motion to suppress.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the court granted defense counsel motion for continuance. It's my understanding that it was continued. There was an amended proposed order for October the 17th at 10 a.m., Your Honor, for Matthew Bryant's case.
Judge, that is correct. We did receive an order granting that motion for continuance, and it has been continued to the motion calendar for October 17th at 10 o'clock.
All righty. John Ralph Lupilo.
Good morning, Judge. Morgan Metters. I'm here for Mr. Lupino. Mr. Lupilo is here as well on the Zoom. I'm not sure how we wound up on this calendar. We never actually particularized anything for a motion. I don't believe there are any issues appropriate for a motion at this point in time, so we would not have anything to go forward on this morning. All right.
So you're withdrawing the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we're going forward with trial on the failure to yield?
Yes, subject to discussions with the state.
And Your Honor, I can speak with Attorney Meadows this morning if time permits. Possibly can resolve it today since everyone is on the call. I could speak with him this morning.
All right, I'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Metters in a moment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kenwood's case has been handled, that was heard on the 10 o'clock calendar. Justin Ramon Robertson. I have several attorneys, but also have a conflict, and I'm not sure whether one of the attorneys was able to make it.
Your Honor, I did reach out to the attorney's office. It's my understanding that Attorney Stanfield is assigned to this case. I did speak with his assistant. It's my understanding that there was a conflict filed. And so I haven't heard anything else, but I did reach out to them and they indicated there was a conflict filed from their office.
Okay, I think some people think conflicts are absolute, but they just really give us an order of appearance. So if they're not going to appear at all, that's fine. They filed the conflict, but it's proper for us to check and make sure. So thank you for reaching out.
And Your Honor, I didn't excuse anyone for the court, nor did the state consent to any continuances, just for the record.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so the court recognizes the conflict. It appears that they're not going to appear on today's calendar. The Miss Melissa, did you say the next motions calendar is October 17th?
Yes, Judge, that's correct.
All right, then we can move this to that calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and the last case on this calendar is Terry Cerise Washington. Darlie Fairclaw is the attorney.
And Your Honor, I haven't.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ponder.
I haven't spoke to Ms. Fairclaw. I just know that there was a motion filed and I had an opportunity to review, but I haven't heard anything from the attorney.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused because I'm not sure I get to reinstate someone's commercial driver's license. But I was willing to hear it. So is there anyone here on behalf of Ms. Fairclaw or Terry Washington? All right, at this time, the court is going to dismiss the motion for want of prosecution. And the gentleman at the podium, sir, your name is?
Justin Robertson.
I'm sorry?
Justin Robertson.
Robertson, okay. All right, so Mr. Robertson, Your attorney has filed what's called a conflict. That means that they're appearing in other courtrooms and they can't make it to this courtroom today because the other courtrooms take priority. So your case is going to be moved to the October 17th calendar, but please get in touch with your attorney and speak with them prior to that happening, okay?
Sure.
All right, you're excused at this time. And sir, if you appear on the next calendar, if it's okay with your attorney, you can appear by Zoom.
That's what I had asked, but they had said my appearance was mandatory. It was required.
Okay.
I'm informed them.
Yeah, no, you can appear by Zoom, sir. You don't have anything that would require you to appear in person.
Okay, thank you, Norm.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, now I'm going to set up the breakout room for Mr. Metters and Ms. Ponder.
Thank you.
And we'll hear an announcement on that case possibly. Yes, sir, Deputy. Courtroom is down until 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your
Mr. Metters and Ms. Ponder are in courtroom number 2.
Okay. Oh my God.
Ann, are there?
Mr. Metters, Ms. Ponder, do you have an announcement?
Judge, we'll just need to be set over to whatever the next calendar is. I've discussed the matter with the state, and we'll take that up with Mr. Lupoli, and we'll see what we might be able to get done, but we need to be set over today.
Okay, when you say the next calendar, what kind of calendar are we talking about?
whatever's next in the court procedure. I believe you might have mentioned a trial calendar. We don't have any motions. So just whatever is next in the process. I wasn't entirely sure how we wound up on this motions calendar today.
Okay, and is this a bench trial or a jury trial?
Jury.
All right, so Ms. Val, if you will put Mr. Lupilo's case on the next available jury trial calendar.
And
Okay, we'll put it on the calendar call. That'll go on the
All right.
calendar.
Thank you. You'll get a notice.
okay, thank you, Judge. May we be excused today?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Matthew Bryant's case has been continued. Lupilo's case is going on the next trial calendar. Eduardo Moore has been addressed in the 10 o'clock session. Roberson is continued to October 17th, and Washington is a dismissal for warrant of prosecution. At this time, the court is going to be in recess until the 1 p.m. calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You still have some on the front passenger seat.
You don't you? It wasn't the Mortons defeated Stannis. Stannis was so. I love the man. He lifted me up and made me something. We had demons in the school whispering foul things. You saw these demons? What? No, it's an arsenic. Not actual demons. You love that cock Stannis, and I love the man in blood. Mans didn't have demons in his skull. He didn't torture people or listen to some red witch. I believed in him. I thought he was the man to lead us through the long night. But I was wrong, just like him. Maybe that was our mistake, believing in kings. Jon Snow's not a king.
Hey, sir, can you please mute your device?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Conversation, and the judge is not on yet, so please mute.
How do I mute it, ma'am? I don't see my name to mute. Oh, okay.
We plant some plants around here. This one need to be repaired, then we do this one. Some more dirt in this one. None of these plants last.
Good afternoon. This is Clayton County State Court, Courtroom 304. This is the criminal motions calendar. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the 1 p.m. calendar, and I'm going to call the calendar. When I do, if you have an attorney representing you, they should answer for you. If there's no attorney representing you, then I'll speak directly to the individual to determine whether this motion is going to go forward. First on the calendar is Ryan Stanley Boyer. Eric Bernstein is the attorney. My understanding is there's been a conflict filed in this case, but I'm not sure whether Mr. Bernstein appeared despite the conflict.
Yes, Judge, it was my understanding that he was going to appear and enter the plea.
All right, is Mr. Boyer present? I see Mr. Bernstein. Mr. Bernstein, are you hearing me? Mr. Bernstein, can you hear me? Okay, so I see that he was present a moment ago, but not sure what happened. So I'm sure he'll try and log back on. And if possible, we'll take the plea then. Cameron Renee Bryant, Raymond Stein.
Your Honor, a consent order was sent this morning to your calendar clerk. So she placed them on the October 6th calendar at 2 p.m. He was looking to reset for a plea.
October 6th at 2 p.m.
At 2 p.m. Yeah. And,
go ahead.
For the next, Mr. Kern Charles, he's reset for a plea as well for October 18th at 10 a.m.
Okay, so Charles Wesley Kern Jr. is reset, continued to October 18th for a plea.
At 10 a.m.
Okay, and that's at 10 a.m. And Attorney Manal Shahimi is the counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Next is Franco Ricardo Laredo, Gregory Chansey.
Yes, Your Honor. He's actually, the defendant is deceased. So we have his death certificate, but we found out recently that he is no longer with us.
All right, so then I'm assuming that there's not a issue with that and the state will consent?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bernstein?
Yes, Judge. I'm sorry about that, Magistrate. I was trying to understand how to get this thing working. How you doing? This is Ryan Boyer.
Okay, Mr. Boyer, hold on just a second, okay?
Thank you so much.
Let's see.
I'm putting my phone I on. know I wasn't on mute. I'm putting myself on mute. Sorry.
Okay. All right, and the last case is Heather Nicole Neely. And this is a motion for immunity. Lister Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor. She would like to enter into a plea, and the state has amended the accusation to county disorderly conduct.
Okay. Miss Neely, is Miss Neely present?
Yeah, she's on.
I'm here.
Okay, Miss Neely. So Miss Neely, back up from the camera a little bit so I can see you.
The volume is a little low, so I'm trying to make sure I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's why
All
I'm
right.
trying to make sure I hear correctly.
No problem. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 08693 Heather Nicole Neely. You're represented by Attorney Muhammad Kamani for the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. It's my understanding that you were charged with simple battery, family violence, and simple battery. The offenses have been amended to add county disorderly, to which you'll be entering a plea. Is that a plea of guilty, Mr. Kamani?
It's a NOLO.
NOLO?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. By entering a plea of NOLO, Ms. Neely, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present testimony or evidence against yourself. And Ms. Neely, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Judge. On July the 10th of 2020, Miss Neely and her girlfriend, Miss Hines, were in a verbal dispute. Miss Hines was coughing in the apartment, and Miss Neely had concerns about the COVID virus. And Miss Hines then coughed on Miss Neely, and Miss Neely pushed her. So that would be the basis for the disorderly conduct. The state's recommendation is 6 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served, and the balance would be suspended to have no harassing or violent contact with the victim.
All right, what's Miss Hines's first name?
Kyera, it's Kyera, and Hines is Hines.
All right. Mr. Kamani?
Yes, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so Miss Neely, are you and Miss Hines still together?
You say what again, Judge?
Are you and Miss Hines still together?
No, ma'am, I stay alone.
Okay, so just trying to assess the likelihood that
I was living alone when the situation occurred.
Okay, so I was just trying to assess the likelihood of y'all having to interact. I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you to 6 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served, balance suspended as long as you have no violent or harassing contact with Miss Hines.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Miss Neely, I understand COVID being what it is, how provocative that action can be. But you always have to keep your head in situations, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Miss Neely, thank you. You're free to go at this time.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right, we have a case from the 10 a.m. calendar for Mr.
Your Honor, Mr. Fred King, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
From the 10 o'clock calendar is Mr. Fred M. King, Your Honor, and I have the case number.
I got it. I had the wrong calendar. All right, and Mr. King, is Mr. Fred King present in the courtroom?
No, he is not, Your Honor. But I do have an Officer Jay Williams here.
Okay. Is Mr. Williams a witness for any of the cases for the state, Ms. Ponder or Ms. Boudreaux?
He's unsure, Your Honor. He just got a summons in the summoned to court for a criminal motion.
Okay. Can he give me the case number?
Hey, Judge Haywood. This Fred, I'm gonna be a little late coming to court. The bus is taking forever.
Okay, sir, just when you
coming,
get
though.
here. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for
Okay.
calling.
All right.
Station Civic Center doors, you right here, travel Civic Center next station.
Judge, we also have, Judge.
I'm here. All right, and then on the motion, the last motion for the 11 o'clock calendar, we had Terry Cerise Washington, Miss Dolly Faircloth.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. We were having problems this morning for some reason. I heard you toward the end. I changed the device, but I couldn't unmute myself, so I couldn't say anything. And I had given my client the ID, and she's like, it's not the right ID, so we had that type of complication. But she is on right now, and we are ready.
And Your Honor, I believe that the court entered a disposition on this case, Your Honor, earlier this morning.
Yeah, I did, but I'm willing to rescind it because I got a message from Ms. Val that Ms. Faircloth had been trying to get on. So with Ms. Faircloth, the only issue that I have is that I don't know that I have the power to reinstate someone's commercial driver's license. So the privilege to drive under a commercial driver's license is a privilege that's granted by either the state or federal law. And I don't have, there's federal law that governs commercial driver's licenses, and the state is the Department of Driver Services issues those licenses and manages the privilege to drive. I don't know that I can reinstate someone's commercial driver's license. Can you tell me under what statute I have that authority?
Your Honor, what has happened, Ms. Washington and I filed the motion for her in April of 2021 during pandemic, and it just came to the court today, but she was trying to reinstate her commercial license at that time for employment purposes. Since that time, it's been too long, they did not extend the job. She's working somewhere else. She's needing just to get her license restored, just her regular driving rights. And so we are amending that to say that not commercial license, but just her driving rights restored.
Okay.
And what has happened from that, she was arrested with a second DUI in 5 years. In 2009, she hasn't had any other incidents since that time, and we're going pursuant to section 45-75. She's exceeded the 3-year suspension requirement by that statute. And she did go to, I do have exhibit 1 and 2, which shows that she did complete the treatment in 2019 in exhibit 1. And her license status in exhibit 2 shows it is suspended. So she had, I did one of these maybe 1.5 years ago, and they said that the court could authorize the restoration of her driving rights, issue being her the interlock device. But it seems as though that time has passed also since 2009, that she would be required to have the interlock device, and she would just ask that her, where it says after the period expires requiring the ignition interlock device, that she could go ahead and get a limited permit without the ignition interlock device restriction.
Okay, so this is what I've understood the guidelines to be, that I can remove the interlock device requirement due to financial hardship, and judging that she hasn't had a recent issue that would require the interlock device or any recent traffic issues, that she could come to the court and plead a hardship. Now, that is my own understanding as far as what I can do with respect to the interlock device. Ms. Ponder, did you have a different understanding or a different argument on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, the state would agree with the court in this case, Your Honor. It's my understanding, it appears that defense counsel is arguing for an interlock waiver. And so that if the court was to grant that, then at that point, Ms. Washington will then go to the Department of Driver Services, provide them that information, and they'll reinstate her license or a limited permit. But the state will argue that I don't believe that this court has the jurisdiction or the authority to reinstate someone's driver's license, and that is of the Department of Driver Services.
Yeah, so
I would agree with Ms. Ponder on that.
Okay, so is this a motion for waiver of the interlock device?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's your client? Miss Washington? Unmute, ma'am.
I'm right here.
Raise your right hand for me.
Right
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, ma'am, are you currently working?
Yes.
Where are you working?
HT Hackney.
How much are you making per month?
About 600.
Okay, and have you looked into the cost of the interlock waiver? I mean, the interlock device?
I think back then it was, I think it was about $69 a week.
$69 per week?
I think so.
All right, and are you, you're living someplace that you have to pay for, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and about how much are your housing costs per month?
Can you hear me?
I missed that. Go ahead, say it again for me.
I can't hear you.
I said about how much are your housing costs per month?
For my rent,
Yes, ma'am.
800.
All right, and are you supporting more than just yourself?
My mom and stepdad.
All right, Ms. Fairclough, do you have any questions of Miss Washington?
Just Ms. Washington, is it correct that at this time you cannot afford the interlock device?
No.
No, that's the only question, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Ponder, do you have any questions of Ms. Washington?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, so the court has found that per the court's ability to make a decision, make a determination in this case to waive the interlock device, that waiver is based on a hardship. The device and the cost of the device would work a hardship financially for Ms. Washington. The court has examined Ms. Washington and has determined at this time that the waiver should be granted. So at this time, the court is going to grant the interlock waiver. All right.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome, Ms. Washington.
Thank you. Oh, it's been a long time.
Okay, well, just be careful, Ms. Washington. You understand what got you in this situation, so I'm sure you will be mindful of that and be careful from now on. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, Your Honor. That does conclude my legal business. May we be excused?
All right, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Mr. Bernstein.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So are we moving forward with a hearing in your case, or is this going to be a plea?
It's going to be a plea to a basic rules violation. The state has offered a fine. So I think it's either 100 or 150 base. I can't recall.
Judge, it's actually staying the speeding, but we were reducing the speed to 59 and a 45, so it's not reported. And we had offered $100 fine plus add-ons.
That's correct, Judge.
All right. All right. Mr. Boyer.
Yeah.
Let me see you, sir.
Okay.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down.
Thank you.
You're before the court on 2021 TK 18515. You're represented by Mr. Eric Bernstein, who's here with you on the Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
You're charged with speeding. That speeding offense has been amended to 59 and a 45. My understanding is you'll be entering a plea of guilty to that offense.
Right.
By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Boyer, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Mr. Boyer, did I swear you in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So factual basis, and my understanding, the recommendation is a $100 base fine.
Mhm.
All
Yes,
right.
Judge.
All right, Ms. Boudreaux.
Yes, Judge, on November looks like the 17th of 2021, Mr. Boyer was operating a motor vehicle on State Route 3 here in Clayton County, and he was traveling at a speed of 59 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone. The state's recommendation is a $100 fine plus statutory add-ons.
All right. All right. Anything on behalf of your client, Mr. Bernstein?
No, Your Honor, I would just ask that you accept the negotiated settlement, and if Mr. Boyer could get some direction on how to go about paying that.
I got you. Mr. Boyer, so, sir, I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $100. That's going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do. Do you know how to use the chat function?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to send you a chat. It's going to say test. And when you see it pop up on the screen, I want you to click on that. And then I'll show you how to go forward from there. Okay.
Okay. I haven't gotten paid yet, so I don't really have
Oh
any.
no, I'm gonna give you a minimum of 30 days to pay.
Oh, okay.
And if you need up to 60 days, I can do that too. Okay.
If more, the better, to be honest, in my situation right now in life.
So I can give you 60 days in which to pay.
Okay.
All righty. So did you see the chat function come up? You should see a little red one in a box.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
click on that.
The chat.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, and when you click on it, you're going to see my name in blue, but I want you to click on the blue name, my name in blue, and then it should have a list of names that comes down.
Send to Judge Tammy Long.
Right. If you click on my name in blue, then there should be a list of other names that come up.
Yeah, I see a lot of names.
Right. So what I want you to do is go down to about the middle of the list. You're going to look for Brenda Castaneda.
Okay, I see.
All right. Click on Brenda.
Hmm.
All right. Send her your email address. Make sure you check it twice so that we can send you your information by email. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you're finished sending it, make sure you check it. Let me know.
Gotcha. Okay, I did. I sent it.
All right. So I'm going to give you 60 days in which to pay. When you check your email, check it tomorrow. You'll have your sentencing sheet, but you'll also have the ability to pay online or by phone if you want to avoid coming down to the courthouse and paying in person. And the other thing that you need to remember is you need to pay on or before the 60th day. I usually say before, and it's the safest, or
Right.
an arrest warrant could issue. But you have 60 days in which to pay it. Okay.
So, I'm not getting no points on my license, am I?
No, sir. The agreement between your attorney and the state's attorney is that the speed was reduced so that it's not reportable. Okay, and so the speed won't get reported to Department of Driver Services, and it's
Gotcha.
under the limit for what they would assess points. Okay.
Got you. Thank you
And
so
Ryan,
much.
I'm going to call you when we get off the call, okay?
All right.
All
Yeah,
right.
Mr. Bernstein will explain everything. And Mr. Boyer, slow
Yes, ma'am.
down. Slow down.
Understood.
Leave
Yes, ma'am.
earlier or slow down. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. You're free to go at this time. You can go ahead and speak with Mr. Bernstein when you have the opportunity. All right.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you all very
Thank you.
much. Be well.
All right. You too, sir. Okay. Let's see where we are. All right, so I'm going to go over the calendar, make sure we've covered everything. Ryan Boyer was a plea. Bryant is continued. Kern is continued. Laredo is a consent motion to dismiss based on the death of the defendant. And Neely is a plea. All right. The only outstanding case that we have is Mr. King, who is on his way. I heard a bus or a MARTA station announcement. So he's on his way here to the courthouse. Mr. Kamani, did you have an announcement for anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. On the 10 a.m. calendar, Jamil Fletcher.
Yes.
We withdrew the motion and he's on the Zoom call and he would like to resolve his case and enter into a plea.
Oh, okay. Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, he's under the name of iPhone 2.
Okay, I thought I changed his name. He might have gotten kicked off. Mr. King.
I'm here, Judge. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so where are you, Mr. King?
I'm finna be at the Eastbourne train station.
Okay.
I was always in Gwinnett when you had them said to come.
All right.
I came right away.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
We're gonna wait for you, Mr. King. Just take a breath, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
All right. So, Mr. Fletcher.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Fletcher, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, sir, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus, State of Georgia versus Jamel C. Fletcher. You're represented by Mr. Muhammad Kamani of the law firm of Lister Holden Dennis. Mr. Fletcher, you're charged with driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 1, no license, count 2, defective headlights, count 3, and no tag light, count 4. Mr. Kamani, what is your client pleading to?
Your Honor, he's pleading NOLO to counts 1, 3, and 4. Count 2 will be no pros.
All right, by entering a plea of no contest or NOLO to counts 1, 3, and 4, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Fletcher, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis.
Your Honor, we have to pull Mr. Fletcher's file. It's my understanding he was on this morning's calendar. And so I don't believe he was on the 1 and 2. So we just didn't have the 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. file, but I'm retrieving that now, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I'm ready to proceed.
Okay.
On April the 11th, 2019, officers were in the area of Highway 85 and Rock Hill Drive, located here in Clayton County, Georgia. Officers did observe a red 2010 Dodge Challenger traveling southbound near Rock Hill Drive, in which officers observed that the passenger headlight and tag light was not working at the time. Officers did initiate a traffic stop in which they made contact with the defendant before you, Mr. Fletcher. Officers did learn through NCIC that his driver's license were suspended out of the state of South Carolina. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor.
All right. Anything on behalf of your client, Mr. Kamani?
Your Honor, he requires 60 days to pay the fine.
All right. What's the recommendation?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Fletcher is pleading to count 2, no license, a $500 fine. The state has moved to dismiss count 1, 3, and 4 is my understanding.
All right. All right, so the court will accept Mr. Fletcher's no-low plea for no license. Counts 1, 3, and 4 will be dismissed. And so Mr. Fletcher, the no-low on a no license is going to be $500. It'll be $737.50 with the surcharges. Mr. Kamani, will your client need more than 60 days in which to pay?
Mr. Fletcher, 60 days is good, or you want more time?
I don't know, because I got bonded out through free at last, and they told me after I go to court, I should be able to get like $800 back. So I'm probably have to show them some documentations about this to get my money back. So
all right, so Mr. Fletcher, the documentation will be in the computer today. So anything you need, you can show them that today, that you appeared in court and that you have a $500 fine. That's why I'm giving you 60 days in which to pay. So you should have more than enough time to give that information to Free at Last, okay?
Okay.
All right, so sir, this is what I'm going to ask you to do. Do you know how to use the chat function?
Your Honor, I have his email address.
All right, so Mr. Kamani is going to send us your email address, and you're going to get an email. You can check it later this afternoon, but it's probably going to be there tomorrow. Once you see your email address, it's going to give you the information about when you have to pay. It's going to tell you about the $500 fine. Don't forget about the additional fines and fees, which will make it $737.50. And any of that information you can take with you to Free at Last bonds if they're going to refund some of your money. Okay, so that's between you and the bonding company. But you do need to pay on or before the 60th day, and the date that the payment the deadline will be on your sheet. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what part of South Carolina did you was involved in your case, sir?
Honestly, I don't know. They said it was out of Georgia.
Oh, okay.
They said it was a seatbelt fine. My license got suspended behind a seatbelt ticket I forgot to pay.
Okay, well, this is a clue for you, Mr. Fletcher. Whenever you get a ticket, you got a supercomputer in your pocket that you using to talk to the ladies, but you could use it to stay out of trouble. If you get a ticket, take a picture of the ticket, calendar your court date that day, and set a reminder so that you can, if you need to set a reminder 2 weeks early so you can take off time from work, you can do that. And then that way you can remember to be there on that day, because most people's licenses get suspended because they fail to appear. You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's bad when, a $15 seatbelt ticket is gonna suspend your license and cost you $737.50. So that's what I'm saying. If you get a ticket right there before you leave the scene, take a picture of it, make sure you calendar it so that you can be in court, okay? And this is information for everybody. All right, so Mr. Fletcher, make sure you check your email address, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Rosales, Jose Hill Rosales is withdrawn. Mr. King is on his way, bless his heart. He's gonna make it. He's at East Point. Kenward Moore, that case was heard earlier, and Nash was withdrawn. All right, did we have anything else outstanding that we need to resolve prior to the 2 p.m. calendar? All right, so we'll be back at 2 p.m. or if Mr. King gets here earlier, then I'm sitting right here and we'll go ahead and address his case as soon as he comes in.
Judge Haywood.
Good afternoon. This is the Clayton County State Court. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the 2 p.m. criminal motions calendar for September 8th of 2022. I'm going to call the calendar. If you're represented by counsel, please allow your attorney to respond on your behalf, and then we'll move forward with the calendar. I do understand that Mr. King is on his way, so that case is carried over from an earlier calendar. Janice Deani Gates. Bradley Moody is the attorney.
Your Honor, I consented to the modification of the bond. I'm not sure if he's on, however.
Okay, there's a consent.
Yes, the consent, he wanted to modify the bond
All right,
conditions.
if there's a consent, then you all just send me the order and we don't have to hear the motion.
Okay, so I'll email him and tell him to send that order to you.
Okay, thank you. Quintez Dion Johnson.
I believe that is a surety motion. I couldn't quite find out.
Okay, is Mr. Quintez Dion Johnson present? Quintez Dion Johnson. Ms. Val, is that one of the surety motion orders that I signed this week? Okay, we'll check on that. Asia Beyonce Little.
Your Honor, we'll be withdrawing this motion, but we're not anticipating a trial, but my client would like a little more time to think about the offer that she heard from the state today. If we could continue this either to the calendar call or the next jail calendar.
Ms. Val, what's the next calendar? Available calendar?
Is he asking for
a plea date?
A plea date?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
A plea date would be October 6th.
All right, so this will be on continue to the October 6th calendar.
2 p.m.
2 p.m. You said 2 p.m., ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right. Erica Chaplin Talent.
I'm sorry, before you move forward, my name is Stephen Fair. I represent the victim in the Little matter in the civil case. So I don't know, and she got a subpoena to be here, which is why I'm here with her, the victim.
Okay, so the motion is not going forward, is my understanding. The motion has been withdrawn, and it's my understanding that the plea offer is being contemplated, and it is likely that on the October 6th calendar, Ms. Little will take a plea. So you and your client can be excused, but you are witnesses of the state. So I would check with Ms. Dillard first.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Also, Judge, on that Quintez Johnson, you signed that consent this morning.
Okay, I was thinking that, so I signed that forfeiture. So Mr. Johnson does not have to appear for this calendar. All right. All right, Erica Chaplin Talent, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
I believe we do have a negotiated plea on that case, Your Honor. I don't know if you want to take those pleas today or how we want to work it, but I think we've settled it.
We're going to take this plea today, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, is your client here, Erica Talent?
Yes, I'm looking at her right now. Ms. Talent, you're muted. Okay.
And
there
Judge,
you
I filed a amended accusation, and it's going to be a plea to counts 3 and 5.
Okay, what's count 5?
It's reckless driving.
All right, Ms. Talent, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 06861, Erica Chaplin Talent. You're represented by Attorney Thomas, who's here with you on the Zoom. My understanding is you're entering a plea of guilty to count, is that correct, count 3 and count 5, or was it count 2? No, it's count 3 and count 5. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. No objection. We would do a no-low to 5 unless the state has an objection to that. I think she's no-low eligible.
I don't have an objection.
To counts 3 and 5?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, and by entering a plea of nolo to counts 3 and 5, ma'am, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Judge. On March the 10th of 2020, Miss Talent was operating a motor vehicle on I-75 northbound. She was operating that vehicle in a manner that showed her reckless disregard for safety of persons and property around her. Additionally, she failed to maintain her lane by crossing the dotted white line dividing the lanes more than one time. The state made a recommendation in this case. Count 3 would be $100 fine plus add-ons. Count 5 would be 12 months probation, a $600 fine plus add-ons, completion of the DUI risk reduction program, a substance abuse evaluation, no drugs or alcohol, and random testing with probation. And the state would ask the court to null price counts 1, 2, and 4.
Okay. All right, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've already had Ms. Talent complete the DUI risk reduction course. She's also gotten an evaluation and dealt with those issues already. She is primarily a resident of South Carolina, has a South Carolina driver's license. So we are asking, could probation become non-reporting or terminate when she gets everything done? She still owes you some fine money, but she has been proactive in getting this stuff done. This was an unfortunate incident that occurred right after the death of her husband 2.5 years ago. She hasn't had any incident since. She is taking, she was taking more medications at the time, but she's only taking an antidepressant and something else, Ms. Talent. Ms. Talent, what other medications are you taking right now?
Just a thyroid medicine and a fluid pill.
And an antidepressant.
Yes, sir.
So we are asking for permission to stay on those medications, and probation would be phone and mail reporting or virtual because she's out of state. And I mean, she's very close to completing all conditions because she's been working on this during the 2.5 years it's been out. She is a counselor at this time and does work with people with various difficulties. So she's well aware of the dangers of drugs and alcohol, and I think is not going to repeat an incident like this again.
Okay. What part of South Carolina, Ms. Talent?
It's Hartsville, kind of near Darlington, Florence.
All right, so ma'am, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to counts 3 and 5. Counts 1, 2, and 4 will be no pros per the agreement between the attorneys. I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $100 on count 3. That will run concurrent with count 5. The $100 fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. Count 5 is 12 months probation. A $600 fine. The $600 fine is going to be closer to $800, maybe $850. I don't have that in front of me. The DUI risk reduction course, you'll show proof of having completed that to probation. The substance abuse evaluation, you'll show proof of having completed the evaluation and whether any treatment was recommended. If treatment was recommended, you'll continue to undergo the treatment and you'll produce proof of having continued with whatever required treatment there is. You'll have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation, which means that the medicines that you have that are prescribed by a physician and are part of your normal treatment plan, you can continue on those. You just need to make probation aware of what those prescribed medications are. And you're subject to random screens for alcohol and illicit drugs. Ms. Boudreau, do you have an issue with there being phone and mail reporting in this case?
I do not, Judge.
All right. Ms. Talent, my condolences on the loss of your husband, and it seems that I guess was the issue that occasioned this. And as a counselor, you well know that grief is one of those things that is ongoing. It ebbs and flows, and especially when you lose a very close loved one, there are things that you need to do continuously to manage that. So I would trust that as a counselor, you will continue to manage that in whatever way you best works for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is our probation expert. She is going to answer your questions regarding how to report by phone and mail. I always tell people mail is probably easiest. Whatever the form is that they give you to report, you probably want to make 12 copies and get 12 stamped addressed envelopes so that you just toss them in the mailbox every time it's time to report, because failure to report is the quickest way to get arrested. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to set up a breakout room with you and Mrs. Thomas. And once you are done in the breakout room, unless you have a question for the court or a question for your attorney, you'll be free to go at that time. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
One concern is just the length of probation. Can we have some consideration on her, the fact she's gotten stuff done ahead of time and issues of reporting?
Upon completion of payment of the fines and fees, then as long as she has no alcohol or illicit drugs, her probation will become non-reporting.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And that is all I have, if I can be excused, Your Honor.
All right. I'm putting Miss Talent in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you can be excused at this time.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. And the last case on the calendar is Leonard Dwayne Thomas. It's a motion in limine for loitering or prowling.
And Judge, the state is moving to non-pros that case, and I have that motion and order prepared. I'll have it sent over to you.
All right, thank you. So the court is going to accept the motion or grant the motion to null pros in loitering and prowling case for Mr. Leonard Thomas. Mr. Thomas is free to go at this time. And Mr. Who was handling that case, Mr. Taylor or Mr. Kamani?
It's me, Your Honor.
All right. So he's free to go at this time. All right. Is Mr. King present in the courtroom?
Right here. I'm right here in Forest Park. Judge Haywood.
Okay, Mr. King.
Thank you. Thanks for being patient with me.
All right. Who's at the podium in the courtroom?
Definitely, Your Honor. My name is Denise. It doesn't appear that my attorney is present, so I was just making sure I was free to go.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that, ma'am.
My name is Denise Gates. It doesn't appear my attorney is present, so I was just making sure I was free to go. That was the very first case.
I believe that was the consent order.
Yeah, Miss Gates.
Yes.
All right. So Miss Gates, until I sign the order, the bond is still the same. So wait until you receive a copy of my signed order before you make any changes. You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll be contacting her attorney. I don't have a good email for him, but I'm gonna get a good email and we'll get that to you today, Judge.
All right, so, yeah, call his office and see if you can verify what the email address should be, because he's supposed to have one, he's supposed to be accessible to the court. So, all right, so Ms. Gates, you're free to go at this time. Like I said, no changes are made until you receive my order in hand, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and I signed the consent in the Johnson case. Miss Little's case has been continued to October 6th. And because Mr. King has made Herculean efforts to get here on public transportation from Gwinnett County, the court is in recess until such time as Mr. King comes through the door. All right.
Your Honor, it was my understanding that he may be present in the courtroom.
No, my understanding was he was at Forest Park. Is Mr. King here?
I'm in Forest Park.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, so that's one bus ride away, right, Mr. King?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Deputy Harris, has Mr. King appeared?
No, he has not.
Okay, we'll hold for a few more minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Your Honor, I have Mr. King in court right now. Here he is. You can turn your phone off.
Mr. King, turn off your phone, please.
I'm sorry. I'm trying. Oh, that's the same thing. That's the same thing.
Woo.
All right.
All right. All right, Ms. Ponder, we're ready?
The state is ready, Your Honor. Just
Oh.
want to call for Ms. Hollis just to make sure that she's still available and didn't walk away. Ms. Hollis? Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. King.
Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. King, you have a motion to revoke your suspended sentence. And what that means is the state is asking that the remainder of the sentence be revoked and that you be put in jail for failure to satisfy the conditions that the court set when your case came before the court. So you agreed, well, you didn't really agree. I ordered you to do certain things. And if those things haven't been done, the state is asking that I remove your suspended sentence and place you in jail for the remainder of the 12 months based on your failure to comply. Do you understand that?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay, so Mr. King, I don't know if you were represented by counsel initially or not. I don't have an attorney under your name. Were you represented by an attorney at any point?
I don't really know. I just had a court date in the mail.
Okay.
It works.
And Your Honor, it doesn't appear that we have any notation on the file that Mr. King was actually represented by counsel. So we don't have any type of discovery filed or anything that said there was an attorney on record when he entered into his plea on June 21st.
All right. So Mr. King, you were before the court and I would have offered you counsel at that time because that is my practice. You took a plea on June 21st. Miss Brenda, can you bring up the plea for me?
Okay, I have the sentence pulled up, Judge.
All right, can you read it out for me?
Yes, he pled nolo to both counts of abandonment. The balance was suspended as long as he enrolled in child support enforcement and continued to make payments to the mother of his children, and he was to enroll in child support enforcement within 20 days of his release. And the same condition for count 2.
And is there a payment amount or just that he had to pay?
It just said that he had to pay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Brenda. All right, Mr. King. So the motion, the state is prepared to go forward with their motion. Do you wish to have the assistance of an attorney at this time?
No, ma'am, I guess not. I have, I just got out of jail. I got my incarceration papers right here.
Hold on, Mr. King. So what I'm going to tell you is you don't have to give any testimony or evidence. You don't have to speak at all. It's the state's motion and they have to convince the court that you have failed to perform those conditions that I asked you to do in your sentence. So you can question any witnesses that they bring before the court. If they ask questions of someone, you also have the right to ask questions of that person. But I'm going to ask you right now not to make any statements because you have the right to remain silent and the state has the burden of proving this their motion. Okay. All right. So Ms. Ponder, are you ready to go forward?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, may the state proceed?
You may.
Ms. Hollis, may you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give the state versus Fred King is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can place your hand down for me. May you please state your first and last name, please?
Amber Hollis.
Okay. And Ms. Hollis, how many children do you have?
2.
And Ari, how many children do you have with Mr. Fred King?
2.
And how old are your children?
8 and 9.
And do your children, both children, do they currently live with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you recall being in court on June the 21st, 2022?
Yes.
And was there, prior to being in court, was there a child support order for Mr. King?
Yes.
And what was his child support order?
The order is $153 weekly.
And that's for both children?
Yes.
And you were present on June the 24th, 2022, when he was actually sentenced, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what was part of his sentence, or do you recall what was part of what you were told, the agreement that he made?
Yes. I know it was to enroll in child support. So I think there was some sort of confusion there because he is already on child support. And also to pay something within 20 days.
Okay. And so did Mr. King provide you anything within 20 days?
No.
And when was the last, since June the 21st, 2022, how many times did Mr. King actually pay you?
Since June, I received a payment for Monday, which was $100.
And when you say Monday, was that Monday of this week?
Yes.
Okay. And so prior to Monday of this week, you didn't receive anything for your children, is that correct?
Correct.
And so just give me one moment. And so how has it been, considering the fact that Mr. King has not paid you the $153 weekly, Ms. Hollis?
It's really a burden because it's just a lot when you're trying to do it all on your own. So, I mean, I wish that he would just, pay the $153 weekly and help out. That way it's not so hard.
No further questions, Your Honor, for this witness.
Mr. King, do you have any questions of Ms. Hollis?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Does the state have additional witnesses?
The state has no other witnesses at this time, Your Honor, and will rest.
Okay. All right. So Mr. King, you keep telling me about jail. You were in jail. When did you get out of jail, sir?
Eight 2022.
I'm sorry?
8/2022.
August what now?
August 8th. Hold on.
And what county was that in?
DeKalb.
When did you go to jail in DeKalb?
Ma'am?
When did you get locked up in DeKalb?
I think like the first part of August.
I'm sorry?
I think like the first part of August or the end of July.
You got locked up in July?
Yes.
And you were in jail until August 8th? Deputy, do you have jail paperwork?
He does, Your Honor.
Deputy, can you look at the jail paperwork for me?
Okay.
Just need to swear him, Your Honor.
Mr. King?
Ma'am.
All right, so I know I'm asking you questions. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Deputy, are you looking at the paperwork he's presented?
I am.
Do you see a lockup date on there?
I'm still looking, Your Honor. It's multiple pages.
Ooh, okay.
I guess it's not this is not what they'll probably get my social security card so I get a better job.
Court date, court paperwork, incarceration.
That's what they give me when I go to jail.
That's what we did when we got out there. Okay, Your Honor, I'm not seeing a date on here where he was actually arrested. This looks more like the paperwork for court instructions when he got out of jail.
Okay, but no date for when he was put in jail.
Correct. As of right now, and I'm double checking as I'm speaking to you right now, Judge, I'm not seeing an actual incarceration date.
Okay, so but can you verify the date he was released?
It looks like he was released on 8/8/2022.
Okay, all right. All right, if the state wishes to look at the paperwork, you can come down to the courtroom or you can send the investigator down to look at it.
Your Honor, can I say one thing?
Your Honor, if I could have my investigator go to the courtroom and review the documents.
Hold on, Mr. King.
One moment, Your Honor.
He's on his way. That's fine.
I just hold on to it. Do they need that too? You said it's social security.
This is not just part of my social security. Give me job. I give my ID and everything.
Okay, so I'll let you hold on to that thing. They probably won't need this. All right, Your Honor, I made a mistake. He was locked up on August the 8th of 2022.
No, so you got a warrant on it.
Warrant.
This right here is saying that you got.
This one I got out of jail.
Well, it's a bond, yeah, so.
This is because my grandma's going to be out right now. Who's they waiting right now? Right. She's going to be out right now.
That's on it. Not on. But I'm going by what this says right here, so I don't know what it is. Let me go make a phone call, and I can get to action.
Mr. King,
Yes, ma'am.
while they're verifying that information, what kind of job do you have?
Right now, like I said, right now I got a copy of my, when I go to the Social Security place on September the 1st to get my Social Security card so I can get a better job. I'm trying my best, Your Honor, to try to.
Okay, hold on. I said, what kind of job do you have now? Do you have a job right now?
No, I do security for the new building for Emory College, the new building that they're working on for 2 years. I do security and they only give me 2 days a week.
Okay, so you're doing security for that building. Have you looked for jobs any other places?
I'm waiting on my Social Security card to come in the mail. I just got my, see this coming right here, it came from Indeed, and they called me like, do you need a job? And just come to work, so I was so happy to do that, so that's how I was able to pay some money.
Okay, and you said you were coming here from Gwinnett. Is that where you live?
Ma'am, I'm living in a tent.
You what?
I'm living in a tent. I still managed to try to pay some of my child support, but right now I'm living in a tent right now.
I'm sorry, I missed that part. You're getting a what?
I'm living in a tent right now.
You're living in a tent?
Right now, I'm living in a tent, and I'm just trying to do the best I can to just try to handle my business, take care of my kids. I want to be part of my kids' life. I'm trying to do better.
Okay.
I admit I had a drug addiction back in the past. I'm doing so much better. I go to church and I'm trying to turn my life around.
All right, so Mr. King, I think I may have said this when you came up for in June. So your understanding is that you have 2 children in this world that Miss Hollis is right now solely financially responsible for, and that is not a situation that she can continue to do without there being consequences. The issue that I have is when you make kids, the responsibility doesn't end as soon as you make them. And there's no relief for Miss Hollis for her to be able to say, well, I don't have it today. She can't say that. And whatever it is that keeps getting you put in jail, that needs to be cleared up completely, because you weren't put in jail on my warrant, to my understanding. So that means that there's something else out there that put you in jail in DeKalb County that kept you from supporting these children. So I am appreciative of the fact that you're saying you're turning your life around, but sir, you're gonna have to do a lot. to get to where you need to be. Because your children, as they grow, they're going to need more and more and more. And I'm going to tell you right now, $153 a week, that's barely making it. Okay. And I'm sure that was based on what your job was at the time. Now, there's a company here in Clayton County that's on Noah's Ark Road, right at the railroad tracks. They have several jobs posted. It's a manufacturing company, and I cannot remember the name, but it's a white building right across from far from the power company, right across from the Georgia Power company location in Clayton County. And this is on Noah's Ark Road, right at Main Street. So where the railroad track meets. They're hiring laborers, they're hiring drivers, they're hiring carpenters. I just saw the signs today. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go, thank you.
The what?
I'm going to go there.
Okay. And I'm trying to think of the name. Hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up.
I'm gonna pay my 401k next week.
And Your Honor, I have some information in regards to when he was in custody in DeKalb. According to GCIC, it appears that he was arrested on August the 7th, 2022. And I believe he posted bond either the next day on August the 8th, 2022.
Okay. And how much was the bond? Do you know?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
Hey, according to his paperwork, it says 1,500 cash or surety.
Mr. King, who posted $1,500 bond for you?
My grandma came up there, and I think it was like 200 or 300 when she went through Jose Wade bonding company. So I'm out on bond right now. And I had to take a man stopping violence class.
Core Slab Structures. It's CORESLAB Structures Atlanta. Core Slab Structures Atlanta. They have they're on 1655 Noah's Ark Road.
Can you say one more time for me?
Sure. 1655 Noah's Ark Road, Jonesboro, Georgia. And it's called Core Slab, CORESLAB Structures. So my understanding is they manufacture concrete structures, like they build the forms and they do the concrete structures after they build the forms. So they need all classes of workers. They need laborers. They need construction people. They need so they cast concrete structures to put them in buildings and different places. So, sir, they're looking for people who basically just have hands and strength, who can do a job. There are other jobs. I came out of somewhere else and they were looking for. So, sir, what I'm going to ask you to do is to be very diligent in your job search. Now, when do you have to go back to court in DeKalb County?
Right now I have to call every Monday or Tuesday to check in the bonding company, and right now, I don't know when the court date is.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Hollis, I understand the difficulty that you're having. Mr. King, if I thought his inability to, his refusal to pay was willful, if I thought he was refusing to pay you, then I would lock him up. But at this point, I'm getting more that it is an inability due to he got a lot going on with the criminal justice system, which he needs to get settled. And B, he's in a state right now where he's essentially homeless. So I understand that your kids need, and please don't think that I am minimizing that in any way, but I don't know that they will get anything if I put him in jail. And if I put him in jail, they get nothing. And that's a sure thing.
Is there any way, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, it appears that in his sentence, you had order on June the 21st, 2022, for him to enroll in child support enforcement within 20 days of his release. And I don't believe that Mr. King has even enrolled in child support enforcement.
Okay, so Ms. Ponder, that I took a clue from what Ms. Hollis said, because she said he was supposed to enroll in child support, but he's already on child support. So maybe I was unclear in how I explained it to Mr. King, because it sounds like even Ms. Hollis was confused by what I said. So let me clarify. Mr. King, there is a program in the state of Georgia called Child Support Enforcement. It is an agency where you will enroll and pay through child support enforcement. You'll pay your child support, okay? They will take the money and they will send that money to Ms. Hollis, and they keep track of what you pay, all right? And how you pay and when you pay. Ms. Hollis, you have to also set up an account with Child Support Enforcement, the agency. Have you done that in the past, or is there currently an account for you and your children?
He's just on child support.
Okay,
so that's the account that we have.
Ms. Ponder, this was my fault, because I guess I wasn't clear in what was required, because even Ms. Hollis is not aware. So Ms. Hollis, there's an agency called Child Support Enforcement in the state of Georgia, and they have offices in almost every county in the state. When you go to Child Support Enforcement, you will establish an account that will take into account the fact that he's supposed to be paying you, at what rate he's paying you, the child support order. Take that when you go to set up your account. And once you set up your account, then he has to go and then do his part to enroll. And then once he does, he has to pay through the Child Support Enforcement Agency. And what that does is it keeps a record of when he's paying. It keeps a record of how much he's paying. The money comes through Child Support Enforcement to you. And if he does get a job, then there's the ability for the job to take the money out and pay it directly to Child Support Enforcement. Okay. But I believe I was unclear when I said just do child support enforcement. If I don't explain it, or if no one explains what's supposed to happen, then I can't hold Mr. King responsible for not having done it. But Mr. King, are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
What county are you in, Ms. Hollis?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
What county are you in?
I'm Clayton.
Okay. So let me see. Hold on. I used to know where the office was, but I think they've moved. So hold on a second.
So child support enforcement sounds like the same thing as child support, because they keep record of what he pays. He pays through them. The money comes to me from them.
Okay, so you have an account already?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, so the child support, the Clayton County Division of Child Support Services is located in Morrow, Georgia. But so Ms. Dillard, you may know, but correct me if I'm wrong, but he can go to any office in the state as long as she has an account. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. King, since you are in Gwinnett County, hold on.
I pay my debit card, Your Honor.
You do what?
I pay my debit card through the online system with the child support system.
Okay, so you're already enrolled. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so sir, you're gonna make your payments through the child support enforcement system. What I need you to do is The job you have is currently only 2 days a week. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so those other 3 days, I need you to spend every day looking for a job, all day, every day.
Right.
If you need to look something up, you go to the library, you go to your nearest library. You operate really well on public transportation because you made it here from Gwinnett all the way to Clayton County. You need to go to the library for those 3 days that you're not working. You need to go online. If you need the assistance of a librarian, you ask them, and you need to find job postings and for your skill set. Do you understand? Okay. What jobs have you held before?
I'm a certified forklift operator.
Really? You got a forklift? Man, if you don't go get a job somewhere, there are certified, I think even the place that I gave you is looking for forklift operators. You have no excuse to not get a job except for possibly your criminal record. So hopefully they will be willing to take you even with you having something on your criminal record, okay? But you need to be looking for a job all of those 3 days. This is what we're going to do. Miss Val, I need a date 3 months from now. I'm sorry, Miss Val.
December.
And that's give me one that's I'm sorry, give me 60 days. Let's see how that goes.
Okay, 60 days would be November. What do you want, just November for what, a status?
I need a compliance date. Yeah, we're going to continue this hearing until that date. And if at that time he hasn't done any of these things that I've asked him to do and he's not making payments, then I will put him in jail.
So you need an in-court appearance. Let's put him on November 9th.
Okay. All right. So Mr. King, what's the latest time, Miss Val?
You want the latest? Well, let's do November 9th at 3.
Okay, 3 p.m. So Mr. King, you're going to be coming back to court on November 9th at 3 p.m. You're going to come to court in this courtroom. You understand? Okay. Is there a place where you get mail?
My mom's address.
Okay, and so that's the address that you got this notice from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so please make sure that you are consistent in checking your mail. You're gonna come back to court on November 9th. You're gonna come to court at 3 p.m. You're gonna have proof of any payments that you have made, whether they're, and you're gonna make them through child support enforcement. You understand? Okay, and you're gonna spend every day that you're not working, you're gonna spend that time looking for a job. If you're a certified forklift operator, man, they need people. And I'm sure a lot of companies would be willing to work with you on your record because of the demand for people who can actually do the job. Do you understand? I'm giving you 60 days to get right. Now, the next thing is you have a pending charge in DeKalb County and you have to deal with that. I get that, but you don't need to be picking up anything else. Are we clear? You need to walk a fine line where you're not so much as jaywalking. Do you understand? Okay, now let me tell you something, Mr. King. I understand that you're trying to get right and everything, but the one thing that you have to realize is when you made the decision to have children with Miss Hollis, you made the decision that is a lifetime commitment, and you don't get to just say, I can't do it because if Miss Hollis walked away from your children right now, where would they be? If she paid what you paying right now for their needs, for their food, for their clothing, for their medical care, where would your children be? So You don't get to do anything but work your butt off to try and make sure that you're taking care of your kids. And once you get that first job, then I need you to look for a legal side hustle. Do you understand? I need you to have 2 forms of money coming in. You understand? Because there's somebody who needs some something cleaned up, something broke down, some demolition done, so something picked up. If you can swing a hammer, anything. But what you need to do is double your efforts to start taking care of your kids. Do you understand me?
Amen.
Okay, Mr. King, don't play with me, okay? Because I take this extremely seriously. And I don't want Ms. Hollis to come back on November 9th and there's no proof of you having done anything that I said. Because really then it will make sense to me. It will make financial sense. It will make economic sense for me to put you in jail. We clear?
Amen.
All right, so this case is going to be continued to November 9th of 2022 at 3 p.m. At that time, like I said, you'll bring all the proof that I need to see that you've gotten a job and that you are making consistent payments. All right, you're free to go at this time, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. King, Ms. Hollis indicated that there was an issue where she was afraid that you would react in a way that might threaten the security of her and her children. Do you understand me?
I don't know what she said.
I'm saying don't call her with no foolishness about why you put me on child support, or you know I'm trying to do the best that I can. I don't want you to contact her in any way. Do you understand me?
All right, if I do contact that be about the kids, I don't call her with no type of balance. I call her.
What?
I don't call her about the kids. I don't call her with no balance.
I can't understand what you said.
Every time I contact her, I call her about the kids or about the money. I don't never call her about no foolishness, about nothing crazy.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna limit your contact with Ms. Hollis to text messages. You're not gonna call her by phone. You're gonna limit your contact with her to text messages. And if you text her and say, "May I speak with my kids?" It is if she desires for you to speak with the kids, then they will call you back. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hollis, has he legitimized the children?
No.
Okay, that's phase 2. So first, let's get some payments going. So by November, we need to see some payments. After that, you will work on getting these children legitimized, because right now, Ms. Hollis is the only legal parent that the law will recognize. And so even though you still have the responsibility to support them financially, she gets to say whether you see them, don't see them, talk to them, don't talk to them. You hear me?
Right.
Okay, so you need to make sure that you working as hard as you possibly can between now and November 9th. We clear?
Right. I will.
All right, so at this time, sir, I'm going to continue this hearing and we'll see you back here at 11 on November 9th at 3 p.m. with all kinds of information about how you've gotten a job, how you got a side hustle, and how you paying as much as you possibly can to your children.
Okay, we'll do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. All right, so this case is continued until November 9th. At this time, I think we have handled every case on the motions calendar, so the court is adjourned.
Yeah, right.